Hello. Hello. हाँ विश्वाल सर. कैमरा ऑन नहीं किया.
Yes, sir,
Hello.
Professor, I'm here.
Yeah. So not visible. Camera on नहीं किया.
I'm here.
So nice to see you
Yeah. Thank you so
and
much.
welcome.
Yeah, just give me 2 minutes.
Okay, fine, no problem at all.
Yeah. Professor,
Yeah.
are you able to see my screen?
Yes.
PPT?
No, but presentation is not visible yet. Now it's okay. But you have to go in presentation mode.
Yeah. Do you expect anything else?
No, we are not expecting anything. So can we start?
Yeah, we can.
So we will first introduce you and then we'll start. Okay.
Yeah, I'm okay.
It's okay, fine.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the final day of the 5 days online faculty development program on NEP 2020 towards holistic education, organized by NIT Sikkim and sponsored by AICTE. We have already witnessed stimulating sessions on various aspects of the policy, and I assure you that today will be no different. Today we have expert lectures, and then this will be followed by performance evaluation, test, and the valedictory session. So we are very happy and privileged to have with us our first speaker for the day, Professor B.B. Biswal, Director, NIT Meghalaya. Professor Biswal is the present director of NIT Meghalaya and has vast experience, academic and administrative experiences spanning more than 35 years. He was the independent director, Bharat Cooking Coal Limited, Dhanbad from 2011 to 2014. He is also associated with various professional bodies like ASME, IEEE, ISTE, Association for Machines and Mechanisms, International Association of Computer Science and Informational Technology, etc. Professor Biswal has contributed significantly towards the research and development and has published more than 150 publications at various national and international journals and conferences of repute. He has published 7 book chapters and 3 of his innovations have been patented. Professor Biswal has performed various academic and outreach activities which include visiting scientist of Department of Remote Handling and Robotics, BRC Trombe in 1995, Moscow Technological University, Stankin, May 2001, expert member of BOS committee for restructuring of syllabi in mechanical and manufacturing engineering, selection of scientists, DRDO, chief guest audit editor of automation control and technology intelligence systems, and he has been the reviewer of many esteemed journals. Professor Biswal is also the recipient of various awards such as Erasmus Mundus Fellowship in 2014, Engineering Congress Award in 2016, uh, Brindabhishan Sahu Memorial Gold Award in 2016, SAIL Scholarship, National Scholarship, and many more. With this brief introduction on his illustrious career, it's my honor now to invite Professor B.B. Biswal to kindly deliver his lecture entitled NEP 2020 and High Education System in India, a Bird's Eye View. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor, for so many good words towards me. Actually, my topic today on this FDP on the last day is about to touch upon the various salient points of National Education Policy 2020. And I have prepared some of the, actually it is a vast policy, very difficult to, digest everything that is there. It takes time. But I have picked up something out of that for the benefit of all of us. By picking up the points, I also learned many things, and I shall be discussing that, presenting that before you today. So my topic today will be restricted to the salient points as far as the higher education system is concerned, and what is there in store in NEP 2020. So if we look at this new national education policy, this came after a gap of 34 years. The last which came was in 1986, and the previous landmark, the first post-independence education policy, was Kothari Commission in 1968, and after 1986, there were changes, suggestions by Professor Yespal, and the Ramamurthy Committee gave recommendations. Then in 2014, the Subramaniam Committee led to this present committee of Dr. Kasturi Rangan, and they prepared, the entire draft committee prepared a draft policy of 484 pages, which was submitted by this Kasturi Rangan committee in 1919. And after that, the draft policy was circulated to many stakeholders. The consultation was done. Over 2 lakhs suggestions came from the stakeholders. And finally, a 66-page that kept the essence emerged as NEP 2020. The very vision, let us look at the vision of this policy. An education system rooted in Indian ethos that contributes directly to transforming India, that is Bharat, and sustainably into an equitable and vibrant knowledge society by providing high quality education to all and thereby making India a global knowledge superpower. The second vision is the curriculum and pedagogy of our institutions must develop a deep sense of respect towards the fundamental duties and constitutional values, bonding with one's country, and a conscious awareness of one's role and responsibilities in a changing world. The third vision was a deep-rooted pride in being Indian, not only in thought but also in spirit, intellect, and deeds, as well as to develop knowledge, skills, values, and dispositions that support responsible commitment to human rights, sustainable development and living, and global well-being, thereby reflecting a truly global citizen. If you look at the salient features of this new National Education Policy 2020, the salient features are all higher education institutions except legal and medical colleges to be governed by a single regulator. The common norms to be in place for private and public higher education institutions. There will not be separate norms. MPhil courses have to be discontinued. The board exams to be based on knowledge application. And the home language, mother tongue or regional language to be medium of instruction up to class 5. Common entrance examinations to be held for admission to universities and higher education institutions. School curriculum to be reduced to core concepts and integration of vocational education from class 6. Multilingualism is the underlying principle of this policy. And using the power of language for integration and for understanding of Indian culture and values is the intended objective. In grades 6 to 8, focus is on vocational studies in school level, which includes carpentry, electric work, metal work, gardening, pottery making, etc., as decided by the states and local communities. Experiential learning, this is also important. Experiential learning, including arts integrated and sports integrated education, as well as storytelling based pedagogy. The existing 10+2 structure in school education will be modified with a new pedagogical and curricular restructuring 5+3+3+4 covering ages 3 to 18. This means the first 5 years of the school will comprise of foundation stage. The next 3 years will be divided into preparation from classes 3 to 5. Later, there will be 3 years of middle stage, classes 6 to 8, and 4 years of secondary stage, classes 9 to 12. These are certain goals, and these are sustainable development goals. The new National Education Policy and Sustainable Development Goal, Goal 4, share the goals of universal quality education and lifelong learning. The targets are as follows: that by 2030, ensure that all girls and boys complete free, equitable, and quality primary and secondary education leading to relevant and Goal 4 effective learning outcomes. By 2030, ensure that all girls and boys have access to quality early childhood development, care and pre-primary education so that they are ready for primary education. By 2030, ensure equal access for all women and men to affordable and quality technical, vocational and tertiary education, including university. By 2030, substantially increase the number of youth and adults who have relevant skills, including technical and vocational skills for employment, decent jobs, and entrepreneurship. By 2030, eliminate gender disparities in education and ensure equal access to all levels of education and vocational training for the vulnerable, including persons with disabilities, indigenous people, and children in vulnerable situations. By 2030, ensure that all youth and a substantial proportion of the adults, both men and women, achieve literacy and numeracy. By 2030, ensure that all learners acquire the knowledge and skills needed to promote sustainable development, including, among others, through education for the sustainable development and sustainable lifestyles, human rights, gender equality, promotion of a culture of peace and non-violence, global citizenship, and appreciation of cultural diversity and culture's contribution to sustainable development. Build and upgrade education facilities that are child, disability, and gender sensitive and provide safe and environment, inclusive and effective learning environments for all. By 2020, substantially expand globally the number of scholarships available to developing countries, in particular least developed countries, small island developing states, and African countries for enrollment in higher education, including vocational training and information and communication technology, technical, engineering, and scientific programs in developed countries and other developing countries. By 2030, substantially increase the supply of qualified teachers, including through international cooperation for teacher training in developing countries, especially least developed countries and small island developing states. The target of NEP 2020 is by 2025, at least 50% of learners through the school and higher education system shall have exposure to vocational education, for which a clear action plan with targets and timelines will be developed. This is in alignment with Sustainable Development Goal 4.4 and the full potential of India's demographic dividend. So by reading this, it shows how rich this NEP 2020 is so far as the goals are concerned. We don't know exactly how long this will continue. That, after every 3 decades, more than 3 decades, we are coming up with a national education policy. We don't know after 2020 how many years it will take to bring another, national education policy into force. And that's why this is a very fast, policy describing all sorts of things. And what is important out here is to have an inclusive growth, a sustainable growth, and keeping the very core value of India in place. Now, look at the focus on the NEP education. This National Education Policy 2020 shall be the instrument for realization of Sustainable Development Goal 4.0, which talks about quality education for all. And NEP aims at developing creative potential of each individual. So as you understand that right from the school level, we have been trying to introduce, this NEP has been trying to introduce vocational courses. And it, as per the interest, as per the local language, even language is not a barrier. One can study and get into the kind of course that he or she intends or likes. The education must aim at developing good and well-rounded creative individual with physical fitness, character, ethical and constitutional values, intellectual curiosity, scientific temper, and creativity and 21st century capabilities of life and livelihood. He has to fit himself to the requirement of 21st century. And this NEP focuses multidisciplinary education with better learning outcome. The graduates will be well-rounded personality, critical to 21st century, with high level of intellectual, critical thinking, innovation, and creativity blended with physical, social, emotional, and moral strength. If you look at the present higher education system, the deficiencies of the current higher education system are there are small institutions incapable of offering quality education. If you look, the pan-India scenario of higher education system, there are many small colleges at various places, even in cities, which do offer various courses. And little focus on cognitive skills and learning outcome. It has not been fit to outcome-based education system. And there is a rigid separation of disciplines and early specialization. So that's a problem. Rigid separation, that there is nothing called interdiscipline. Someone goes for reading physics, doesn't know anything about chemistry. or doesn't know anything about psychology, doesn't know anything about economics. And there is a really specialization. There is nothing, cross-cutting the different subjects. And there are limited access to it. This NEP 2020 aims at enhancing the gross enrollment ratio to a larger extent. And there are less number of competent teachers. I remember in earlier days, much earlier days, there was a scheme called teachers training. That teachers training was meant for the prospective teachers. One cannot join the university directly. One has to come through the training, teachers training institute, teachers training program, which was being offered by a number of universities. Only after that, one could join the faculty of a college. But nowadays, fresh from the college, one can join any college as a teacher and start teaching. And limited teacher and institutional autonomy. Again, if you look at the various institute, even the big institute, there are a number of vacancies. And teacher is actually proper teaching faculty is not available in the market. Inadequate mechanism for merit-based recruitment and career progression of teachers. So there is no proper scheme, excepting few universities and higher education institutes like NITs and IITs. There is no proper mechanism which looks for merit-based recruitment and career progression of the teachers. If that is not ensured, it will be very difficult to get right kind of people for faculty. And there are poor infrastructures. No focuses on innovation and problem solving. It's all textbook reading and representing that, repeating that in the answer books. Less emphasis on research. So research is now limited to very few institutes in the country, unconnected to society. It doesn't have any impact on society. Very less impact on society. We read to get a job, and poor life skills development. So these are some of the deficiencies in the current higher education system. Then the higher education system in National Education Policy, in the present new National Education Policy 2020, are large multidisciplinary universities and colleges. This envisages for creating large universities. More higher education institutes shall offer programs in local and Indian languages. And multidisciplinary UG education. Revamping curriculum, pedagogy, and assessment to fit to the needs of the NEP. And then it will be a student-centric education. Then there will be support for enhanced students' experience and enhanced faculty quality, integrity, and leadership development through training. The multiple entry and exit, and it will provide a lifelong learning, integration of professional and academic education. The skill-based education will be there right from the beginning. Liberal arts education, increase access with equity, skill enhancement and work experience gathering, discipline barrier removal, holistic education with focus on IQ and EQ, physical, ethical, and moral development. Governance by independent board. So this also provides a light but tight regulation. And the credit will be the new unit of education and not the degree. It will be a credit-based program, credit transfer, credit bank, and all that. Equality of mode of credit earning, online, offline, virtual, move, and self-learning will be in place. Credits can also be acquired through work and projects, not only by classroom teaching. Credits can be acquired from foreign universities and can be carried over. And there will be a flexible academic structure. The rigid discipline boundary will be dismantled. The program shall be student-centric and give freedom to students to choose subjects of his or her own interest and choice. Students shall have a credit bank, academic credit bank. The students can acquire credits from any university in India or abroad using in-campus or online mode. And the students shall have freedom to choose the teacher and the institution. Students will use only that many credits that is required for a degree. Balance may be used for another degree, providing a scope for lifelong education for acquiring credit and degree. Rigid barrier between science, humanities, engineering, and other discipline-based education will be broken. And there will be multiple entry and exit system. Entry to higher education will be through an NTA conducted test, National Testing Agency. The degree structure, if you look at the provisions, the degree programs will be 3 or 4 years duration. In 4 years, the last year will be on research and minimum 6 months internship for all. 5 years integrated master's program or 2 years master's program for 3 years graduates with 1 year research or 1 year master program for 4 years graduate program. And the MPhil program will be dispensed with. The certificate after 1 year and diploma after 2 years, degree after 3 or 4 years. The teacher's education will be done in general universities. It will be of 4 years duration offering BA degree along with BA, BCom or BSc. MA degree and PhD degree in education are open. Practice shall be mandatory for teachers' education. So like, doctors, so teachers' education in higher education, because medical and legal education, law education are different. So all other education system come to a single platform. So there will be a practice which is mandatory for all teachers' education. Look at the university structure. It is proposed that MERU, Multidisciplinary Education and Research University, with more focus on research and less on education. Multidisciplinary university, more focus on teaching, but good amount of research. So research is the key word out here. Multidisciplinary autonomous degree awarding colleges with focus on teaching, innovation, and entrepreneurship. So this is a different level of college. Higher education institutes shall support other higher education institutes in community engagement, faculty development, and the nearby schools. It is mandatory. It is mandatory for some of the higher education institutes to support other higher education institutes in the neighborhood. A higher education institute shall have innovation center and entrepreneurship development center and center community engagements. By 2040, all HEIs shall become multidisciplinary institutions with 3,000 or more enrollments. That won't be any small college. And by 2030, all HEIs will be multidisciplinary and gradually they increase their enrollment. The gross enrollment ratio to increase from the present 26.3% in 2018 to 50% at least by 2035. Every district shall have multidisciplinary higher education institution. Integration of general education with professional and vocational education shall happen. And deemed to be university, affiliation university, unitary university, technical university, etc., will all become university on fulfilling the criteria. The regulatory framework. The regulation will be light, but enforcement will be tight. That's why we call it light but tight. Disclosure will be the norm. So it will be all a transparent system. Higher Education Commission of India will be the apex body with Prime Minister as chairman, and HECI Act will come to have its statutory power. Its four verticals shall be the National Higher Education Regulatory Council, NHERC. Medical and law are excluded out of this. The Meta Accreditation Body, the NAC, Higher Education Grants Council, General Education Council provides expected learning outcome under NHEQA. Bodies like ICAR, DCI, NCTE, COA, NCVET shall provide professional standard. AICT shall merge with UGC. Vocational education shall be integrated with general and professional education through NVEQA. And polytechnic education status is not clear. Then there is a very high focus on research. The research will have more focus in the universities. Students to faculty ratio shall be 10:1 for research university. For other colleges, at present, it goes up to 16:1. Students to faculty ratio for autonomous degree giving colleges shall be 20:1. So it is double in the research university. Every higher education institute has to innovate or evaporate. And National Research Foundation with a corpus of 20,000 crore shall be established and it shall fund the research. The DST, DBT, CSIR, ICMR, ICAR, etc. will continue to support. And faculty shall have less teaching load in the research university. Look at the professional education. The professional education shall be multidisciplinary and aim at developing the following. They will develop critical thinking, creativity, communication skill, collaborative working and job skill, connection to industry, upskilling and lifelong learning, internship for students, innovation and entrepreneurship, faculty immersion in industry, faculty of practice in the institutions. If you look at the vocational and technical education, the vocational education shall be introduced early at 6th standard, and students will do practical work in areas available to them. The internship in 6 crore MSCME shall be introduced for all graduates and vocational students. Solving national and local problems shall be the focus. Multidisciplinary input to be given. Diploma and degree shall be under university degree giving autonomous colleges. Internship shall be compulsory for everybody. And entrepreneurship and innovation shall be encouraged. And the whole education system will be ICT enabled. The ICT and ICT enabled education shall start from school. Students shall learn coding, data science, and basic artificial intelligence at school level. Education technology shall be developed and used at all levels to give better experiential learning. National Education Technology Forum will support. There will be another entity called National Education Technology Forum. Virtual laboratory, animation, and virtual reality tools shall be used. This will the place of those places who do not have any laboratory, they can do not have physical laboratory, they can make use of these virtual laboratories. Online materials shall be developed and used to move progressively to blended learning. At HEI, tools like AI, IoT, machine learning, deep learning, data sciences, and augmented reality shall be used to enhance learning and develop skills of 21st century. So far the faculty of the universities and colleges are concerned, the NEP aims at recruiting the best and bright teachers at all levels by ensuring better livelihood, respect, dignity, and autonomy, and better career progression with quality control and accountability for teachers. Only tenure track faculty will be there. There will be less teaching load. Professional training and development opportunities will be available to the teachers. Training for teachers at all levels. Faculty immersion in industry. Internationalization of education. This is a big thing which has come into this NEP. This NEP aims making India an education hub for international students, which has already started. It has potential to attract students from developing and underdeveloped countries and from developed countries in certain areas such as art, music, dance, Ayush, yoga, etc. The NEP aims at attracting top 100 universities to open their campus in India. The NEP also aims to enhancing the quality of education in top Indian universities and together with foreign university, the campus to arrest the migration of students and talent to developed countries. The larger number of international students studying in India and greater mobility to students in India visit, study or transfer credits to or carry out research at institutions abroad and vice versa. This exchange will be in vogue. India will be promoted as a global study destination, providing premium education at affordable cost. And an international students office at each HEI hosting foreign students will be set up to coordinate all matters relating to welcoming and supporting students arriving from abroad. Research, teaching collaborations and faculty and student exchanges with high quality of foreign institutions will be facilitated. High performing Indian universities will be encouraged to set up campuses in other countries. Similarly, selected universities, for example, those from among the top 100 universities in the world, will be facilitated to operate in India. A legislative framework facilitating such entry will be put in place, and such universities will be given special dispensation regarding regulatory, governance, and content norms on par with other autonomous institutions of India. Governance of the institutions. Each institution shall be governed by independent governing body with reputed educationist as its member. Next important thing is the government will not have any representation in the governing body. And the recruitment and promotion shall be based on merit. The governing body shall select the leader, the vice chancellor, or the director. The early selection of leader to provide an overlapping learning period for the incumbent. No distinction between public and private universities will be there. Private universities cannot make profit. Surplus can be used for development. All regulatory bodies shall have reputed and accomplished educationists as its members. So that's all about the highlights of the NEP 2020 so far as higher education is concerned. And if this is implemented, we shall be definitely reaching a different destination altogether, and we shall have a better education system in place in India. And if this is sincerely and heartily accepted by all of us, and the government as such tries to implement this in true sense, definitely a new India education scenario will come up. Uh, if we look at the other different aspects that, I'm coming to it, so far as the financing of NEP 20, this NEP is concerned, there's a widespread and radical structural reforms in India in the pre-primary to PhD education system recommended by the Kasturi Rangan Committee, which includes the establishment of several new education funding organizations such as Higher Education Grants Funding Commission and the National Research Foundation. These are certain to cost the union and in the country, and government should be sincere about it. If government is sincere and we people do accept it, definitely there will be a sea change in the education system, especially in higher education system of India. And we shall not be losing our talents to other countries, and they'll be here, they'll be studying here, they'll be doing research here, and many more good things will come up for India. So this is all about my talk that I wanted to speak before you. So if there is any question, I can discuss that.
Thank you very much, sir, for your lecture. Now I request the participants, if they have any question, they can unmute themselves and ask question directly to sir. So participants, if you have any question, you can ask question directly to sir, or you can write in the chat box also. So I think no questions are there. So thank you again, sir, for your lecture.
Okay, it was a pleasure talking to such a nice audience out here.
Thank you, sir. So, dear participant, the next session will start from 3:30 p.m. and it will be delivered by Professor Rajat Gupta, Director, National Institute of Technology, Mizoram, and his topic will be flexible curriculum structure. So, we will meet here after 10 minutes. So, stay here. So, next lecture will start sharp at 3:30. It will be delivered by Professor Rajat Gupta, Director, NIT Mizoram, and his topic will be flexible curriculum structure. And there will be a performance evaluation after the last session. So performance evaluation will be on Google form. So we will announce the start time and end time of the evaluation. So within the stipulated time, you have to give your responses. So after the stipulated time, it will not be recorded.
আমার কিছু লাগবে না। হ্যাঁ ঠিক আছে।
Afternoon, sir.
হ্যাঁ, গুড আফটারনুন। গুড আফটারনুন, গুড আফটারনুন। Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yeah.
So we'll start at within 2 minutes.
Yeah, 3:30 is 2 minutes.
Yes, yes, sir.
এই ডাক দে, তৃষাকে ডাক দে, শেয়ারিং এ থাকবি তো? একটু শেয়ার করে তারপর যাবি। যা শেয়ার যখন শুরু হবে তখন যাবি। ঠিক যখন শেয়ার হবে তখন যাবি। শেয়ার স্ক্রিন করলেই যাবে, তাই না? হ্যাঁ, নাও। নাই তো না, এদিকে দাঁড়া। ওই আমার পাঁচটা এখানে আনবি নাকি? আমার পাঁচটা রয়েছে, ওই ঘরে রয়েছে। Thank you.
Sir, can we start?
Yeah, please, please.
So, dear participants, today's second session, our distinguished speaker for this session is Professor Rajat Gupta, Director, National Institute of Technology, Mizoram. Professor Gupta is currently holding the position of Director NIT Mizoram. A national scholarship holder, Professor Rajat Gupta is a professor in the Department of Mechanical Engineering of National Institute of Technology, Silchar since 1996. He was selected as a director of NIT Srinagar in 2011. He successfully completed his tenure of 5 years at NIT Srinagar in October 2016. Thereafter, he joined back at NIT Silchar and he was appointed by the MHRD government of India as the officiating director of NIT Silchar. In July 2017, he joined as the director of NIT Mizoram, which is one of the 10 new NITs established in 2010. He has published more than 175 research papers in various national and international journals and conferences, and also written 6 book chapters. He has produced many PhD and MTech scholars. Professor Gupta chaired various national, international conferences and delivered keynote lectures. He is associated with various committees of MHRD, Government of India, NBA, AICT, NIF, Ahmedabad, IEI, ASME. Presently, he is the chairman of Mizoram State Center, the Institute of Engineers, India. He received many awards like Education Scholarship Leadership Award, Rajiv Gandhi Education Excellence Award. It is my honor to invite Professor Gupta to kindly address on the topic flexible curriculum structure. So,
Yeah, thank you very much for your nice introduction. Good afternoon and namaskar to all of you. At the very outset, I express my gratitude to the organizers of NIT Sikkim for inviting me to express my views on flexible curricular structures in respect of NEP 2020. So I prepared some slides. I'd like to share my screen now. বড় করে দে, বড় করে দে। Is it visible?
Yes, sir, it is visible, but it is not in the full screen. It is not in the presentation mode, sir.
Okay. F5 করলে আসবে মনে না? F5, Shift F5, Shift F5, Shift F5. Okay. Check me the.
Yes, sir, it is visible now.
Okay, 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 okay. Thank you. Yeah. The topic which has been selected for this deliberation is that flexible curricular structures, and I've decided to touch upon the topic like that, the challenges of implementation of flexible curricular structures in respect of NEP 2020. We all know by this time what is NEP 2020. Lot of deliberations took place already across the country, and we also know that it is a document well prepared, appreciated by one and all, and now the challenge lies how to implement this. So in this respect, I congratulate the organizers of NIT Sikkim for taking up this challenge of conducting this workshop. I'm sure through the workshop, a lot of views will be exchanged and the best practices will be followed. That is need of the hour. There is no doubt about it. Before going to the flexible curriculum structures of NEP 2020, I'd like to give a brief overview of the technical education of our country and how it is relevant. It is relevant because implementation is not that easy for a vast country like ours. In this respect only, I'm giving some data to make you feel that how big our country is and how important it is to implement the challenges, implement the flexible curriculum structures, and how difficult it is or how easy it is, whatsoever. That what are the challenges? What I can understand, and in my, I'll share some thoughts that some of the flexible curriculum in the flexible curriculum structure, some of the issues we can immediately address. We can immediately address means I'm talking about the NIT system, because in the NIT system we are academically autonomous. Academically autonomous in the sense that yes, the Senate is the highest academic body and we can take all academic decisions in the Senate, and that is the autonomy we have, unlike other universities or institutions. So for NIT or IIT, it is much easier to implement some of the issues immediately. I'll come up one by one. Before that, I'll just share, you see that some facts. You all know India is a young nation with 65% population below the age of 35 years. We all know this. In several forums, we discussed this and we feel proud of this. Then the employability is a big challenge, and there are so many data. I'm not going for this percentage of unemployment and all this, whether our engineers are employable or not. I'm not going for all these things. But the fact of the matter is that yes, most of our engineers are not employable. If this is the scenario, then this is a challenge for the nation. That whether it will be a demographic dividend or disaster. So I firmly believe that we are mainly responsible to make it a demographic dividend. We means we, the fraternity of teachers, teaching fraternity. Because whatever the policies framed, this are to be implemented by whom? These are to be implemented by we only, means we teachers only. In this context, I would like to emphasize that yes, before March 2020, we did not have much idea about the online teaching, webinar, etc., etc. But after March 2020, when the need arises, we teachers across the country, not only NITs, IITs, across the countries, we adapted ourselves to the new normal situation. And I strongly believe that we are the greatest innovators. With no time, we could adapt on the online teaching system, and the future of the students is our top priority. And keeping this in mind, we move forward, and no student, no semester loss was there. They could complete their semester exams, and results were also published. There may be some debates, the quality of online teaching, the quality of this may be debated. But the fact of the matter is that yes, in spite of the COVID situation, we took up the challenge, we means teachers, took up the challenge, and we did our best to face this challenge. So I'm very much optimistic, yes, with the new NEP 2020, that implementation by the teachers will be made to the fullest extent, and this 65% will be a democratic dividend only. Let me give this view is the state-wise degree awarding universities institutions. Andhra Pradesh 34, Assam 21, you see Haryana 40, Gujarat 35. This is total. Category-wise, central universities, state public universities, state private universities, institutions deemed to be university, institutions under state legislative act, institutions of national importance like us, NITs. So total, you see, now I am from Mizoram. So Mizoram, I think it is the list, only three is there. Then yeah, Karnataka, you can see there are 60, and that on northeast, Nagaland, other state, you can see Nagaland, it is 5. Odisha, nearby state, is 25. West Bengal, there are 40. There's one central university, that is Vishwabharati University, and other, there are 43 altogether. And In total, you see there are 46 central universities, state public universities 367, state private universities 263, institution deemed university 123, institution established under State Act 3, institution of national importance 101. Why I have highlighted this is that India is a very big country. You can understand how many institutions or universities are there. NIT is only 31 NITs are there. So if we want to implement this for the for the greater benefit of the country, then it should be implemented across all the universities. And I'm sure all the universities are trying very hard to implement this in letter and spirit. Uh, so, my basic purpose of this slides, 3-4 slides, you see that democratic dividend or disaster. I concluded that we teachers are responsible, and through us only it will be a demographic dividend. And although India is such a big country, and then yes, there are 903 institutions and universities, uh, but yes, each and every university institution is trying its best to implement this, uh, and that's why you see that we from the NITs also we are having series of workshops, brainstorming sessions, other issues, and then how to move forward. And if this is the situation, things will improve definitely. now Now you see the institutional establishment, the state legislature is 33 only 0.33%, central university only 5%, institution of national importance like us, this is only 11%, institution deemed to be universities only 13%, state private universities 29%, state public universities 40. You see, state private university and state public university together it is 70%. We cannot ignore such a big percentage. So when you talk about the implementation, we must keep in mind that yes, India is such a big country and NIT is only for few students, and we have to think about how this can be implemented across the country, including the 70% of the state private, state public universities. Now, the NEP, the broader sense, I have just give you that. Yes, that now I'll come to the NEP part, then I'll come to the flexible curriculum structure. National Education Policy, a roadmap for self-reliant India. This is Atmanirbhar Bharat. It is basically based on the philosophy of Swami Vivekananda that education is the manifestation of the perfection already present in men. So we all know this, and our responsibility, the teacher's responsibility, how to manifest of the perfection already present in the students. That is our responsibility that is there. So now, salient features, the fundamental principles of the policy is the recognizing, identifying, and fostering the unique capabilities of each student. Now, my dear participants, recognizing, identifying, and fostering the unique capabilities of each student. Imagine a class of, say, 80 students. Imagine a class of, say, 120 students. Now, by sensitizing teachers as well as parents to promote each student's holistic development in both academic and non-academic. To be very honest, now we, Sikkim, Mizoram, these are all new NITs. We have got only 30 students in a program, a BTech program. So for us, that yes, that recognizing, identifying, fostering the unique ability each student is not that impossible. But for a big university, for a big institution, how far it is possible? Yes, I know some universities, there are mentoring system. Against 30 students, there is one mentor, or against 20 students, there is one mentor. Yes, now it should be the mandatory. It cannot be an optional now, that we have to know this that is for holistic development. Now it comes the flexibility. Flexibility so that learners have the ability to choose their learning trajectories and programs, and thereby choose their own path in life according to their talents and interests. I'll come to this in details. Well, no hard separation between arts and commerce, arts and sciences, between curricular and extracurricular activities, between vocational and academic streams, etc., in order to eliminate harmful hierarchies among and silos between different areas of learning. Multidisciplinarity and holistic education across the sciences, social sciences, arts, humanities, sports for a multidisciplinary world in order to ensure the unity and integrity of all knowledge. Academic bank of credits that also I'll discuss. Emphasis on conceptual understanding rather than rote learning and learning for exams. Presently, what we are doing is that, yeah, we are not emphasizing on the conceptual understanding much. Rather, we are emphasizing on the rote learning and learning for exam. That has to be removed, and that emphasis should be given on conceptual understanding. Creativity and critical thinking to encourage logical decisions making and innovation. Yeah, that is the thing. That is that issue we have to think about very carefully. That creativity and critical thinking to encourage logical decision making and innovation. Ethics and human constitutional values like empathy, respect of others, okay. Promoting multilingualism and the power of language in teaching and learning. Then life skills. Focus on regular formative assessment for learning rather than the summative assessment that encourages today's coaching culture. That is that now mostly we are doing the summative assessment. Now we have to switch over towards the formative assessment. Yes. Extensive use of technology in teaching and learning, removing languages barriers, increasing access to driving students, and educational planning and management. Respect for diversity, full equity and inclusion, synergy, and curriculum across all levels of education, from early childhood care and education to school education to higher education. Teachers and faculty as the heart of the learning process. My dear participants, you see in the education policy, it is clearly mentioned that teachers and faculty are the heart of the learning process. In my opening remark, I said that wonderful, beautiful, very nice education policy is framed, but for implementation, it will honors lies in us, this heart of the learning process. Hence, their equipment, their continuous professional development, their positive work environment, their service conditions, their promotions, and all these things are an integral part of all these things. We cannot see in isolation. Yeah. A light but tight regulatory framework. At presently, we have seen that regulatory framework for this AICT is a regulatory framework, and for quality, we have that NEC or NBA. We all understand that what is the difference between NBA and NEC. For NEC accreditation, it is the university as a whole, it is accredited, whereas in the national board accreditation, it is the program which is accredited. And AICT is a regulatory body. AICT does not go for the quality accreditation purpose, but for under UGC, NEC is there, and then NBA is that independent body, and for all technical programs are accredited through NBA, whereas AICT is the regulatory body. Now, as of now, it is now you see light bar but tight regulatory framework. Now the issues are there. That will be merged as per the education policy. So this is beyond the scope of the present presentation. Now, continuous review of progress based on sustained research and regular uh, education is a public service. Substantial investment is okay. Then what is that? Well-rounded individuals equipped with the key 21st century skills. That is the hallmark. That is the motto of the NEP 2020. Is that well-rounded? We have to make well-rounded students equipped with the key 21st century skills. My dear participants, what I said so much before that, this is the gist of the NEP. But now, finally, NEP, through NEP, or this final objective of this is that well-rounded individuals equipped with the key 21st century skills. Now, what are these 21st century skills? Oh, it is not there. It is not. It is gone. Anyway, so these are the 21st century skills required. The 12 skills are there. So now, when I say about that flexibility purpose, now coming to that topic now, that this topic, the flexibility. You see that flexibility, flexible curriculum structure. Now, we all understand what is the flexible curriculum structure. We all understand by this time, yes, that say for one institution, presently what we have is that a student is admitted, say he or she wants to do a program in mechanical engineering. So presently he is doing mechanical engineering, absolutely okay. But in the new education policy, it is possible that a student can do a major in mechanical engineering and a minor in, say, of his chosen area of his interest. That is, that maybe 60% of the total credits he can earn through mechanical engineering. Rest 40%, that percentage should be decided by the individual institution, either 60 or 65 or 70. That is the policy decision has to be taken. But now the flexibility has to be kept, like that a student initially admitted into the mechanical engineering department, while pursuing, he may have developed or he has developed an interest or say one area of say artificial intelligence or say machine learning or data sciences, because these are the emerging areas one has to be familiar with. Now, at present, it is not possible except taking elective subjects. But we all have mechanical departments. Most of the institutions have mechanical department. For that matter, it's a civil department or for electrical department. And obviously, there is the circuit departments also, like computer science or IT, departments are there. Now, a student, mechanical engineering student, curriculum is designed in such a way that he will be completing major if he fulfills 60% or 70% there, and 30% say from computer science department or the IT department. Then he will be taking a minor from this area. So this is very much doable. What I said is that some issues we can immediately address. In fact, we are going to implement this in the month of July. Yes, major and minor part, which is within our control. Within our control means in our own department, own institution, we have this. But ironically, what is happening is that we all work in silos. Days are gone. Working in silos, days are gone. Cooperation and collaboration is the need of the hour. And in this regard, that we all should come up with open mind, yes, and our whole and sole objective is to see the well-rounded development, holistic development of the student. That is our objective. Yes, a student, his the well-rounded development, holistic development. So that is very much doable within the institute itself. Say one wants to do civil engineering, he wants to do something in other departments, taking a minor project. So that is doable, and we have to do this. Now, suppose a student is pursuing computer science engineering BTech, say at NIT Sikkim. He is interested to do a minor project in say uh, fine arts, or for that matter, say music. At this moment, NIT Sikkim, or for that matter, any of the NITs, is not in a position to offer a course on fine arts, neither on music. Does it mean that the student will be forced to take another subject? No. In the new education policy, there is the holistic development. We have to see that each student, to promote each student's holistic development in both academic and non-academic spheres. Recognizing, identifying, fostering the unique capabilities of student. Now he is interested in music. He wants to do computer science and music, yes. But we do not have anything. No. So what is the solution? The solution is that nearby universities, there are programs in the fine arts, there are programs in the music department, or nearby. Then what we have to do is that we have to collaborate and cooperate. Within the Sikkim, I'm sure, even within the Mizoram, I'm sure there, yes, Mizoram University is there. They offer some courses. If our students are interested, they can go there. So that is very much doable. Another issue is that which is beyond our NITs, that is also doable, that making collaboration with nearby universities and institutions. That's why I mentioned that in a country like ours, 903 university institutions are there, and India is such a big country, it is not possible, say, for sitting at Sikkim at Sikkim, or for that matter at Mizoram, making collaboration with, say, Delhi or Chandigarh is very difficult, but making collaboration with, say, Mizoram University, Guwahati University, or for that matter, Sikkim, that are near West Bengal, there are so many universities making that collaboration. That is very much doable. That is very much doable. Another issue I'm talking about, the flexible structure, is that now I'll come up with the implementation part. Now is coming to that a student that wants to do some courses which are not offered by the institution, which are not offered. It is not possible to offer all the courses, and presently we have the elective courses, and depending upon the availability and the capacity of the institution, we offer the open electives. These days are gone. Now, suppose a student is interested to earn some credits of his own choice. There are so many courses offered in the NPTEL through SWAYAM portal. So by this time, for your reference, for the benefits of the participants, NIT Mizoram has already taken the decision in the Senate that 20% of the full course, 20% of the total work, student can earn through NPTEL or SWAYAM portal. So that is the flexibility is there. Now it is 20%. Some institution may go further 25%. So what I want to emphasize here is that shortage of teacher is a regular phenomenon of each institution. Now that issue can also be resolved by utilizing the SWAYAM portal, utilizing the NPTEL, all these things, allowing the students to take the subjects of their choice, and then that credits, whatever they earn, will be transferred for his degree. So these are the three things are very much doable. And in order to do this, at least for NITs, I don't see any problem, because the moment you will take up in the Senate, and the distinguished members of the Senate will definitely appreciate this, and this they will approve, and from the next session one can implement this. Now, suppose a student wants to do a course which is not available within this region, but now through online and other issues, immediately he can do courses. Even he can do courses from abroad, and then that also can be given, can be taken into consideration, and credits should be given. So these are the things. I think there is no issue to implement immediately now. Now you see that when you talk about the multidisciplinarity, that is means that real life problem is never one dimensional. Real life problem is never one dimensional. It is not straight jacketed. So you see that skills to be imparted, and this multidisciplinary, that is the issue, is that the multidisciplinarity is that. Now here, what may be the issues? Now what may be the issues within the department, within the institution? Because you have that academic calendar, we have everything set. So one department, civil engineering department, he has done his major, minor from computers department. Within the institutions, implementation may not be much a problem. Only thing is that willingness is required. The moment you go out of the institution, that is, if you go to the nearby universities, now the credits earned from the universities, and we have to sign MOUs and other things that universities or other institutions, all these things, the MOU signing is required. Then that course, say one course, let's say artificial intelligence. So yeah, suppose this course is taught say in say 6th semester. In another university, it is taught in the 8th semester. Now, how this compatibility will be there? So these are the teething problems, but this can be resolved through dialogues, through constant discussion. Now, recently, that we all NITs of Northeast, we sat together with IIT Guwahati, and we are trying to implement some of the issues over there. So that compatibility, that a course which is taught in the 4th semester, another institution, same course may be taught in the 6th semester, So these are the small issues where deans and other should sit together and frame the syllabus in such a way that is the flexibility should be there. So now, and how that the credits, how much credits, how these are to be transferred to the institutions, the degree offering institution, because the students is admitted at NIT Sikkim, so degree will be offered by NIT Sikkim. For offering degree, what will be the minimum credits he has to earn from NIT Sikkim? I'm giving the example that is, yeah. So yeah, it may happen that one student wants to do say 60% credits from other institution and 40% from NIT Sikkim, for example. Just a hypothetical case. Will it be possible for NIT Sikkim to allow to have such a degree? To me, is no. To me, at this moment, it is no. There should be, so that is also a policy decision has to be taken. What is the minimum credits one has to earn from the parent institutions, say 60% or 70 credits? These are the things within the institution. This is the policy is to be framed within the institution. Yes, so the who will award degree if a student is interested to earn more credits from another institutions, other institutions. So to me, to start with, we should restrict something like that. Yes, a student has to complete 60 or 70% of the credits from the parent organization, and rest 30%. As of now, what we mentioned is the 20%, yeah, through SWAYAM portal, so NPTEL at NIT Mizoram, we have done like this. 20% one can take this one. This can be enhanced to say how much? 25, 30, 35 from not only for NPTEL, not only from SWAYAM, from other universities, and all these things. So externally, what should be the percentage? That the issue deans and principals, and then your other policymakers should sit together. Now is March already started, and the new session will start. Before the new session starts, I think at least one or two or three, whatever suggestions we are getting, we have to implement this. Now, another issue said that in the flexible multi the academic bank of credit. Academic bank of credit, you know that multiple exit, multiple entry. So this is not that easy. It's not that easy that yes, that implementation of this multiple exit, multiple entry is not that easy. But we have to think, because that is the need, because a student after acquiring some credits, his credits will be in the store, then he can come back to the institution and earn more credits at his own leisure time. And then academic bank of credit is another big challenge for all of us. But so far the flexible structure, curriculum structure is concerned, you see this is also should be flexible. Then you see that choice based credit system, already we know all these things, already it is already in process, it's going on. But as I said, is that some of the issues we can immediately take up within the institution. See, we feel proud to make collaboration with the foreign countries. We go to the foreign countries, we sign MOUs over there. But ironically, what is happening is that within the department, intra-department, intra-institution, that the cooperation and collaboration we are lacking, that we basically work in silos. So we have to come out of this, and we have to see that yes, together resource sharing important, resource in terms of human resources, in terms of material resources. For example, I'm giving an example that NIT Mizoram, we have our recently have procured 3D printing machine. Earlier, before my joining, supersonic wind tunnel was also procured. So these facilities can be and should be utilized by the neighboring institutions. Same way, so for other institutions, whatever the resources we have, so that those resources are to be shared for the holistic development of this thing. I'm giving one more example, that flexibility and creative thinking and learning. I have a BTech project group. The creativity and critical thinking, I have a BTech project group. So in the BTech project group, I said that the project is the only area where there is no syllabus. You can do your work as per your interest and choice. Then I said that I am giving you 7 days time. You choose your topic. I have a WhatsApp group. You choose your topic. Now, after on 7 days, I did not get any response from the students. There are 3 students form a group. I did not get any response. Then I wrote back, said, today is the last day of getting response from you. So what is your take on this? They replied, sir, we are yet to find out any problem. I said, another 4 days I'm giving, you give me your problem. Then after 4 days, they said, sir, no, the problem which we have identified, it cannot be implemented. So, sir, you better give us a problem. I said, don't surrender so early, because project, I repeat, project is the only thing that there is no syllabus. Otherwise, you have to study as per the syllabus, the present system I'm talking about. So they said, no, sir, better because it is time bound, better you give us a topic so that we can start immediately. I said, okay, since you have surrendered, I do it. Then I gave a topic. Now the students are very sophisticated. They did not like the topic, but they did not say it that they did not like it. They say it in a different fashion. They say, sir, we'll do a minor project on this, and we'll do a bigger project in any other area. Indirectly, they said that they did not like the topic which I given. So, say, sir, give us another area where I'll do a bigger change. Full project, and this topic will do a minor one. I said, okay, limited time, minor and major 2 projects may not be possible. Okay, I will give another topic. Then I gave a topic in that application of AI on 3D printing machines. Because we have the 3D printing machine, and I learned 3D printing system through the technicians. Together we sat together, and I could find that 3D printing machine. Before that, I had little idea about the 3D printing machine. Although I have traveled different places, I have seen the 3D printing machine, but I really do not see how printing took place. Then through the technician, I said, let us print this. Okay. So what I could find is that printing takes lot of time. The 3D printing, at least the 3D printing machine which is available at Mizoram, it takes lot of time. You make the program, and then you import the program, then you put it to the 3D printing machine, then the printing starts. And what I did, I manufactured with the help of the technician. Basically, he did it. I just saw the things, and I just, but I was there throughout. I was there throughout because that is the project. I have to give to my students. I have to know what is happening and all this. See? So I have given this, once I understood that yes, the printing takes lot of time. Then I discussed with my students. I said, first you study about the 3D printing system, 3D printing machine, then you discuss with me, then I'll give you the problem. Then immediately they studied and all these things, they gave me a brief and abstract of everything, and I really like this one. In fact, we published a paper also on this, and they are very happy, the BTech students. Then how to minimize the timing for printing for this series. This is one area. This is very much possible. But again, in that case, you have to do AI system. reduce their programming timing and all these things. So why I'm mentioning here is that why it is relevant here is that the creativity and the critical thinking. You see that when I initially gave a stereotype project work, the students are very smart. They did not like it, but they since I'm the teacher on the face, they could not say it. They said, "Sir, we'll do it as a minor project, but better give me give us another project." Then I could understand that no, they did not like all these things. Then I gave something which requires a lot of creativity and all these things. Then they liked it, and that's what I'm telling is that the flexibility should be there, and that emerging areas our students have to learn emerging areas, and that is basically that well-rounded individuals equipped with the key 21st century skills. So that is extremely important, and that I have only touched upon only the flexibilities, flexibility, curriculum flexibility, and then you see that. Let me summarize in this way is that flexible curriculum structure is the need of the hour. Then implementation is the challenge. But we teachers, you see that here teachers and faculties is the heart of the learning process. We teachers are the reformers. Who will make the reforms? We teachers will make the reforms. Then we teachers have another issue that we generally like to work in silos. These days are gone. So we have to cooperate and collaborate. This is the need of the hour. Whether this collaboration within the department, within the institute, nearby universities, institutions, some of the policies, some of the NEP policies are doable immediately. Which are the issues? Say a major in say a particular program, a minor in another program where we have our all resources. Immediately possible. A major in electrical engineering, a minor in say data sciences, and all this. This is possible. Say, but the moment you say go outside of your institutions and tie up with the nearby university, say wants to do something fine arts, a minor in fine arts, that is also very much fine arts. I'm giving an example. There may be other issues also, music. So each state there are so many universities. That's why the purpose of giving how many universities are there. So only thing is that we have to make a tie up with that university where these are the programs. Basically, we have to identify. So it is required a Herculean task. You see that recognizing, identifying, and fostering the unique capacities or capabilities of each student. The moment we will recognize, identify, then we have to foster that capacity. For that, the mentoring system, one-to-one mentoring system is there, because the challenge here is that that all information is available through net now. Only giving that information to the student, will see the class is almost vacant. Yeah, for example, in many cases, I said that in a class, if I say that why there are 4 wheels in a vehicle, possibly we'll see more students in that one. So, my dear participants, so finally, what I like to comment is that is a responsibility of us. The responsibility on us lies on us to make well-rounded individuals equipped with the key 21st century skills. So all the skills they should learn, and through us only, that is through flexible structure, it is possible. And especially for NITs, it is much easier to implement because we have the academic autonomy, and then we can implement some of the things immediately, and some of the other issues through broader discussions and other things we can implement. But together as a country, I'm sure that we'll do it. And then finally, I would like to say that only person who is educated is the one who has learned how to learn and change. So that is extremely important, that yes, how to learn change. The time has come that yes, how to learn change. Thank you very much. You have got any question, you have free to ask me. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for your
Yeah.
enlightening talk. Now, I am requesting all the participants, if they have any queries, so they can unmute themselves and ask directly to sir, or they can write in the chat box also. So participants, if you have any queries, you can ask.
If they have any questions, they can send me a mail also. I can reply later on also. If they have no question now, they can send it. I'll appreciate if you put any question, so that will enhance our education only. Okay, no question is irrelevant. All questions are relevant. We really do not know which is relevant. So you are free to ask anything. If not now, through chat box or maybe through mail, and you can get my mail ID, even my mobile, WhatsApp also. I'll be extremely happy if I get something from your side that will improve my understanding also.
So participants can also mail their question directly to sir. And sir, if you can share their PPT, then we can also send it to our participants.
I'll do. I'll definitely do. I'll definitely
Okay,
do.
so
Okay.
participants, if you have any question, you can directly send to sir, to sir's email ID. So sir will reply definitely. So thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you for giving me an opportunity. Thank you very
Thank you,
much.
sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Can I? Yes,
So participant, the next session will start at 4:30.
एक मिनट
So our next speaker will be
So
Professor.
I'm I'm leaving. Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you,
Okay.
sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. So next expert lecture will be delivered by Professor Shamsundar Patnaik, Director, National Institute of Technical Teachers Training and Research, Chandigarh. So we will start at 4:30 sharp. So I am reminding again that there will be a assessment session after the valedictory function. So we will send the Google form link. So there will be some questions you have to answer. So you have to send your responses within the stipulated time. So the start time and end time will be announced, and it will also be sent to your email ID. So after the third session, third lecture, the valedictory session will be there, and after that, the assessment process will be started, and you have to respond within the stipulated time as announced. Good afternoon, participants. So, our next lecture, which was scheduled at 4:30, now it will be rescheduled at 4:45. So, our next lecture will be delivered by Professor Shamsundar Patnaik, Director, National Institute of Technical Teachers Training and Research, and his topic will be technology use and integration and online and digital education, ensuring equitable use of technology. So, sir will join within 10 minutes. So then we will start today's last session by Professor Shamsundar Patnaik. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
So, dear participants, now we are starting the last session of day 5. So, our next distinguished guest to honor us with his presence is Professor Sham Sundar Patnaik, Director, National Institute of Technical Teachers Training and Research, Chandigarh. Professor Patnaik is presently the Director of National Institute of Technical Teachers Training and Research, Chandigarh. Professor Patnaik served as a Vice Chancellor of Biju Patnaik University of Technology, Technical University of Government of Odisha. Under the able supervision and guidance of Professor Patnaik, 23 students have completed their PhDs and one more is pursuing his PhD work. He has 52 master's theses to his credit and has published about 280 papers in journals and conferences of repute. He has 2 international books and 4 international book chapters to his credit. A recipient of Boycast Fellowship from DST Government of India, Professor Patnaik also is awarded with ACRC Visiting Fellowship, INSA Visiting Fellowship, UGC Visiting Fellowship, Distinguished Faculty Award, National Educational Excellence Award, Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam Award for Excellence, Bharat Excellence Award, Institutional Leader Excellence Award, Certificate of Commendation for excellent efforts in Sponsored Research Scheme, Lifetime Achievements in Technical Education, Merit Certificate Best Paper Awards. He is a Life Fellow of IET, Life Member of IST and Senior Member of IEEE USA. He is the brain behind the use of Google Hangout to conduct faculty training during programs started in 2012, thus opening a new approach in digital pedagogy. During his tenure as Vice Chancellor, Professor Patnaik brought out many innovative approaches in the university. Professor Patnaik is involved in the various national and international committees in the capacity of chairman and member. Now, I request Professor Patnaik to kindly share his views on technology use and integration, and second one, online and digital education ensuring equitable use of technology. Sir?
Yeah, thank you so much for very elaborate introduction.
Patnaik sir.
In fact, this title was not given to me. So today I am going to discuss in an extempore way. So therefore, any title you give me, I can deliver it like that.
Wait. First, welcome.
So how much
Hello?
time? I mean, up
Hello?
to 5:30.
Patnaik sir.
I'll be continuing. Hello.
Patnaik sir.
Yeah.
Acha. Hello.
Yes. Tell me.
No. I'm saying whatever you feel right is okay.
That's fine. You have given me a job now. I'll do that job. Don't worry. Because technology enabled learning, once you tell me, that is good enough for me because we are in this field for quite a long time.
That's why that will be much better. I believe.
The ultimate aim is that, like our young faculty, they should know what is National Education Policy 2020.
Yes.
What are the hidden implementation bottlenecks and how to really overcome that? Because so that's the way. And Govil Sahab, I'll excuse because 5:30 you have to leave me because certain things are happening and I'm in the midst of that activities and I didn't go for lunch today. Let me tell you. Now they've given me biscuits and now they're asking, so do you want to have the soup and those things?
Fine. As you feel.
5:30 again. Another team is coming for meeting. So I'll just interact with your participants till 5:30.
No,
sorry, participants. So let me just straight go to the business.
We will be okay if you stay even 5:25. That's okay.
Thank you so much. So thank you for your flexibility. So thank you so much.
Okay, fine.
So dear participants, actually, let me tell you, I have a very elaborate PowerPoint prepared for this particular mission. I'll share that with the director of NIT Sikkim, who is a good friend of mine, and maybe he will share that to the participant in later stage. because we are doing a lot of these activities. In fact, we conducted a program here called Atmanirbhar Bharat, and also we created a roadmap how to unlock Atmanirbhar Bharat using NEP 2020, which is a very challenging job, let me tell you, because the mission of the vision of our Honorable Prime Minister on Atmanirbhar Bharat and linking that to the NEP 2020 opportunities is very challenging, and we got many good speakers and we have compiled a document that also I'll be sharing with the Honorable Director so that he can also share to the young faculty of NIT Sikkim. Now coming back to our this National Education Policy 2020, let me tell you, this particular policy has given a limitless opportunity to us. But the policy document, if you see, it has given a lot of openings, but at the same time, they have not restricted with any boundaries how to go about it. So therefore, as innovator or intelligent way of implementing the invention, you have to find out a way out how this national education policy can really be implemented in right spirit, right place, right way to map with the requirements of the young minds. Let me tell you that in the present scenario, the young minds they are looking forward to boundaryless type of situation, and NEP 2020 in fact speaks about that. Let me go to the technology aspect of this thing. If you see the NEP 2020 documents, they have categorically emphasized on use of technology to reach out to each and everyone, even the remote learners, but without compromising with the quality. So therefore, there is a term in that particular document, if you see, quality distance educations. So when we are going for this NEP 2020 implementation, in that context, keeping the technology in our as the parameter, because that is the topic which has been given to us. So when we talk about the technology, simply preparing PowerPoint or simply preparing the video lecture will not suffice, because these are the things which are very monotone in nature, and the students, especially the young minds, they are very smart enough to download many such information from the various sources. So therefore, you as a competitor to those type of requirement may not succeed. So then what is our approach, that how do we go about it? So I'll distribute the technology aspect in three verticals. One is the content verticals, second is delivery vertical, third, I'll just club this thing and come to you how you use these verticals for hands-on experience. So one is, as engineers, as the faculty of technical institute, you have three components: giving good theoretical aspect to your students, reaching out to your students, and also facilitating the students to have a good hands-on experience of the laboratory requirements or the live experiment requirements. So when it comes to the theoretical aspects requirements, especially with technology enabled learning, then we must not just confine to the first three level of Bloom's taxonomy, where the understanding and memorization is actively emphasized. If we are doing so, then our content or the instructional material which we are going to deliver to the student, even if it is having a lot of technological jargons, it is not going to really catch the eyes of our students. So what is required is that challenging the students. When you start challenging the students must first get excited, encouraged by your input, so that this challenge they will take and try to solve the challenges which you have thrown in front of them. To do so, what you have to do, that the technology aspect, when we are talking, the technology, I will prefer that you must not just a follower of what others are doing. You must try to explore what are the best possibility through which you can do. And the best FOSS, the free open source tools which are available, must be explored, so that this becomes a low-cost solution to adopt, implement technology, so that your technology-enabled learning will be more economical, affordable, and can be reached to anywhere, anytime, any place. So that is the type of things which we are looking forward to. So therefore, a individual level, as a faculty member, individual level research is required. Let me tell you, when I was a faculty like you, before holding this vice chancellor or director position, I was heading a department called Educational Television along with the Electronics Communication Engineering. That department is basically a studio department. We in Chandigarh, we have a studio which is 2,600 square feet studio, which is almost on second largest in the country. So when I was heading this department, I found that the cost of the so-called the audio video softwares, when you go for a proprietary software, it was too costly. So what I did, I started searching what are the free open source. Just 1 minute I'll take to put a signature. Sorry, actually today is the day like that it will go. So what I was telling, like when you go for like preparing the digital content, let me tell you, we have to follow a tetra format approach. You might have gone through this SWAYAM type of courses. In SWAYAM type of courses, also the video which you are going to make, because as you know, SWAYAM has e-content, then the questionnaire, then your interaction, then a video part. When we are going for a video part, there also I'll suggest that you go for a tetra format. For example, I'll give you an example which is very common and I always speak on that. Suppose you are talking about the Newton's law, because I know participants from different disciplines are there. So I'll go with a simple thing, everybody is aware of that. If you are talking about the first law of Newton's, and what we want that our students should know the statement properly. While in exam, if suppose there is a question, write the first law of Newton's, then he should not change the statement by his own word. Explanation can be in his own word, but statement cannot be changed, or hypothesis statement cannot be changed. So that when we are emphasizing and writing that in the blackboard, what is expected from a teacher, I expect that as a teacher, that students should be attentive to this statement, whatever wordings I am putting there should be seen properly. And he should try to remember these words. So this, I say, text dominance approach. That means you want the attention to be on the text, not on you. So once you write the statement of the Newton's law, let's say first law, then what is the next step? What you do? You start explaining that. So when you are explaining that time you want the student attention to be towards you. So that is called the speaker dominance or the faculty dominance situation. That means the student should be concentrating on the faculty, what the faculty is speaking, and the interaction with the faculty. So while explaining that law, we bring examples. When we are bringing examples, this is nothing but we bring animation, we bring case study or some type of examples which will make them understand the law perfectly. So when we are bringing that examples, this is nothing but your animations or the pictorial representation, whatever you want to bring, that is the dominance. I say it is the animation dominance situation. So then once you go for text dominance to the speaker dominance to the animation dominance, then that takes care of the three components. Then the fourth time is you give some challenges, that you put some questions which excite them inside them to answer that. So that is the questions where is the challenging situation. So that's the assignment dominance type of situation. So that's the way we see that when you start making your content video in this tetra format, which is a part of the further tetra format of SWAYAM, because SWAYAM tetra format has a video as one component. I am talking about further segmentation of video. Then you will find that the students are more attentive to that. And when you are bringing these examples or the animations, try to correlate with the physical case studies. Then it will be more interesting, and it will draw the attention of the students, because a storytelling type of things is required at this present moment for the students. So to do so, lot of these activities which you have to, let's say you want to draw some picture, you want to do some animation, you cannot depend on your technical staff. The technical staff is busy with his own affair. So to make this self-sustainable, to make this that you are self-confident to do this thing, you cannot really devote a lot of money also to buy so many such software. So therefore, you have to look forward to those first or free open source tool software. For example, like Google SketchUp. If you are having a Google SketchUp, you can do a lot of your activities. Blender, you can do a lot of activities. So that's the way and let me tell you, many of you are young faculty. We have crossed that generation. We are now 50 plus, 55. So with this age also, I'm very fond of learning this type of tools, because it gives a lot of freedom to me. I don't depend on my own technical staffs to do the activities. I can create my own content that way. So that's a requirement. It is simply just taking a PowerPoint and teaching them for so many hours to the students is monotony. So that you can avoid by bringing this type of variation, this type of diversification. So that is the content quality. When you are talking, the content quality, remember that it is not only the inputs which you are giving in the content, how you are correlating that to the real life problem, how you are creating that as a story type of things for the students. All those things are to be created, and without technological support, it is not possible. Simply writing tags, so many PowerPoint is not technology. Technology has given you that freedom to create a lot of this animation or graphical type of situation in between, some type of tags, some type of gaming. I really advise you people, that young faculty member, that a gaming type of approach, if you can bring into your classroom, that will be more interesting. A small caption type of gaming assignment to the students, so that they can get excited to learn that. Even if it is offline, online, doesn't matter. In our classroom also, after taking a 10 minutes, 15-minute class, we give that challenge to the students, solve it. So that's the way. If we can just bring the technology into picture or content improvement, you'll see that the content will be more interesting. Then today's scenario is that the students, they are more towards the discussion forum. So when you are giving a lot of this teaching in the classroom, the discussion forum gets affected. So therefore, a lot of peer learning materials, information should be given to them. Because as you know, let's say I am a person from communication engineering, electronics communication engineering. I used to teach antenna signal processing, or neural network, this type of antenna and radar engineering or electromagnetic theory. So if I go for this subject, it is not necessary that the students should learn from my content only. There are so many stalwart in the worldwide, their contents are available. So I should facilitate my students to get connected to those type of resources. And we also keep pre-question for the students, so that the pre-questions are basically prepared by the student, and that is initially to challenge the student. Now tell us so something that exciting question should be given. So that's the way. If you give them a lot of free learning materials and they come after having a free learning materials, that will facilitate you to have a lot of interaction in their class. Lot of storytelling is possible. Lot of case studies can be discussed. So that's the way the class will be more interesting. And to do so, to keep the crowd inside the class, because when you are going to keep the crowd inside the class, in 120 students in a classroom, in online mode, it is so many thousands of students in the classroom. It is very challenging for a faculty, and that is possible only when you have a technological integration to your content development, and that technological integration has to be explored by you using different type of tools. Then when you do that, now it is called the delivery to the students. In offline mode, the delivery is not a problem. You have many approach of delivering, but the students are more interested that whatever they are doing in the classroom, beyond the classroom, they are more interested to learn. Once they go back to hostel, they devote that night time 2, 3, 4 hours, and they want to learn. So they want to carry that material. So how can make you reach that materials? Is it that LAN? It is that internet? It is that blogs which will help them? It is that YouTube channel which will help them? So those communication platform for the offline students needs to be also thought of. And one type of platform always will be boring. So therefore you have to also bring a variation to that. Again, for the online mode people, you have to choose the right kind of LMS, the right kind of communication platform, which will give it the flexibility with low bandwidth situation to tackle the issues. Because remember that every campus is not a NIT campus where a lot of money has been invested for your good bandwidth LAN network. Whereas there are people who will be sitting in the remote corner of the country where they will be expecting the similar type of facility. To do so, one is your depending on the bandwidth. Another is like giving them that preloaded material, so that even if the bandwidth is an issue, they can go on reading from the preloaded material. For that purpose, actually, one of the suggestions we heard in our, which when the AICT chairman asked for certain suggestion, I had given that, look, today's scenario, smartphone, laptop, these are all is a requirement of the life. It is that requirement, like we have a requirement for the food. So the laptop, smartphones are also a requirement of life that way. So everybody is not capable of buying the bring your own device type of approach. The words bring your own device is everybody is not capable. If let's say a poor person is having 3 children or 2 children, then he has to buy 2 laptop, low smartphone, which is difficult. So the option was that we should have refurbishing type of technology. You see, so many this IT company, they have a lot of laptops, they give laptops, and also we buy laptops after 3-4 years. We think that this laptop is not useful to me. Those type of laptops, there should be a collection centers, maybe like we have a book bank in our library. Similarly, a collection center should be there where these laptops can, or the unused mobile phone can be dumped there, and use people like the technocrats, young mind like you, should start exploring how it can be refurbished with a low cost approach, so that the people who are deprived of this type of bring your own device situation, they can be given this type of refurbishing devices, which will be part of your library. Like library has a concept of book bank, where these people are asked to get books from book bank. They issued it for one semester, then they return it after one semester. So that is a facility your director, we all have seen in library system. So now it is a smart devices book, banking is possible in library. This type of refurbishing equipments can be kept in library, preloaded with your materials. Those materials, this thing can be issued to the students. Once they come back, they will return, like library books they return, they will be returning this thing. So this is one approach to bring technology to everybody, because everybody is not in a position to spend that much of money. So that's one of the way. There may be many other ways, but this is the suggestion which I had given to AICT. Now I see that AICT already has taken an initiative for smartphone refurbishing, that type of competition. They have started asking for the mobile phones, and they have picked up some people to work on that. So this is one of the situation which I personally feel that place like yours can also do this type of activities. The third component which I would like to tell, look, once the digital content or digital scenario, when we work initially, it is very difficult. Why it is difficult? Because you have to learn the tools, you have to buy the tools, you have to bring the tools, you have to get the free open source tool, and after learning that, you have to utilize that for your content creation. But the revised version or the updated version of that is not that difficult, because once the core material, core components are with you, the revised version is not difficult. Therefore, your next approach is that when you go for the next class in the same subject, it should not be same monotonous thing which is available with the seniors. The newcomers should get a revised version of yours, and that revised version with a very little level, you can do that. So that's why I see that if you can adopt this technology, every batch will get new type of approach. It is not that old notes carried to the class and seen and kept in the blackboard. It will not happen. It will be dynamically changing, but with a less labor by the faculty members. So that's the approach which we look forward to, that the revision versions will be always going revision, and you'll see that each students will have an optimal type of approach. Every time you will be in a position to give them the optimal solutions. So that's one of the points which I would like to emphasize, that please do the initial labors, and once the initial labor is really exercised, subsequent labor will be very less. You will have sufficient time for your own activities in this direction. Now coming to the communication platform, how to deliver. There are varieties of communication platform available, but like unless you choose, it is very confusing. When you are going for the online mode, or when you are going for even campus mode of delivery, then it is very challenging. So therefore, the solutions are more towards the cloud-based solution. When we are going for the cloud-based solution, as on today, any software, any type of facilities, when it is a cloud-based, it is very costly compared to your land-based system. But ultimately, if you want your students to be more flexible in assessing the information, assessing the facilities, you have to go for the cloud. So the technology will be more cloud dependent or the balance dependent situation. So as a campus, we can think of creating our own private cloud such that at least the campus students have a freedom of roaming. So their facilities are not blocked. So gradually when we go, like in our microwave, we talk about the repeater theories, then we can think of that repeater theories to reach to the remote people. So you must now explore that how using the free open source tools, low cost approach, a cloud environment can be created. It is not for just a prototype. It should not be just for just knowing what is happening like we do. It should be in a realistic, like a project which you are taking for providing solution. That's the approach. So if we institutes start working on these small petty solutions, then the institutes who are not having these facilities can be handed over. One of the things which we have initiated here, we have created a dean, associate dean of educational product development. The approach is that we academicians, we never think in a line of a company. Our approach is academics in nature. So therefore, what we have done, the nearby companies who are working on educational products like creating LMS, ERP, or any type of editing software or any type of video conferencing tools, we are now getting tied up with them. We are signing MOU with them, so that whatever product they are developing, we become an academic consultant to them. Because sometimes these companies, they don't have a full vision of the how academic institutes are running. So people like us who are into this system for quite a long time, or institute like NETOS who is having a 50 years more existence in the system, they are, those faculty, they are giving inputs as consultant to them without charging. So with these inputs, the product is getting customized because their programmer, their architecture, their designers, they are professional, they are paid for that. So they work in a timeline. So when they are working in a timeline, so the products are coming out as a timeline products. And when the products are coming out, in this process, we are realizing that our students who are doing academics, they are lagging this type of requirement which the companies are looking for. So therefore, we are launching small capsule course, some small capsule courses. When these capsule courses are offered, then the students are getting lot of freedom of learning, that which multidisciplinarity concept which NEP 2020 speaks, we are trying to implement that. Even when you are going for a market business strategy for this product, lot of this business, including the commerce, will come into picture, legal aspect will come into picture. So a lot of these learnings are happening by the students. So in this process, what is happening, when the product is developed, we have some agreement that the company is given more share and the academic institute takes less share. But when the course is launched, if we are launching any program, capsule program out of this initiative, then the company people are teaching there, but the certification is by us, then the lion's share is with us, small share is given to the company. That is the type of agreement which you are going for. Because we realize that unless we tied up or join hand with industry people who are into the academic tools development, we cannot really create this low cost feasible tools for making everybody in the equal platform to take the leverage of the technology which are evolving. Then the next level of technology which I would like to bring, where the NEP 2020 is telling that the pedagogical aspect, the learning should be more encouraging, more freedom-based, more interesting, that you can really create by involving technology like augmented reality, virtual reality. I see another 5-6 year time, the holographic approach will also come into picture. So therefore, as young faculty, we must start exploring how this augmented reality, virtual reality tools which can be utilized. You really can put the students to in those type of environment of exploration, which is not feasible in a normal blackboard or PowerPoint teaching. Because these type of tools, they allow the students to go to that virtual world, to enter into those equipments, enter into that concept which you are giving, and give the inputs, get the inputs which is not feasible in a normal circumstances. So as on today, the air is costly. Costly means it is relatively costly, but once you have the options in front of you, the learning is more interesting in that direction. Thank you so much. This is fine. Thank you. So this, I personally feel that the young faculty should go for AR/VR induction in the respective institute. And let me tell you, like NIT Sikkim, they want to have a AR/VR lab for developing the AR/VR tools for engineering understanding. The lab is not very costly. 20-25 lakhs is good enough. Only thing that your faculty members should be involved in that to give to the concept to those people who are developing the AR/VR environment for the students for understanding, because AR/VR tools are more towards biomedical. But if you want to bring them to engineering side, then engineering faculty inputs are required. So we have a company now in place and they are working in sync with our ideas. So that is another way of bringing, so that will make real immersive learning a real idea. because you want the people should have a immersive learning. So when we want to make the students to be a immersed learner, then AR VR, I personally feel, being a man from the field, I would like to tell you that definitely AR VR is another choice that needs to be decided. Now coming to the hands-on aspect, how to really handle this hands-on aspect. Engineers cannot be taught on the blackboard without putting them in the laboratory. So when we are going for that, fortunately, this Industry 4.0 or the cyber physical integration is giving a lot of this possibility realizable to access the remote equipments through your networks. So once the instrument is accessed remotely, the student will be in a position to really handle or understand the environment, how it works. So this is one. Second is lot of this simulation platforms, smart simulation platform, AI-driven platforms are now in the market. People are working on that, and a lot of evaluations are coming. We are seeing that. At this stage, it is definitely costly, but things are going to change very fast, and there will be competitive market, and everybody will be in a position to afford that. So in our curriculum, this curriculum should have a lot of freedom to have inputs from this type of situation. We should not be rigid about that. No, come to my lab and do in this test bench, which has no practical realization, because this small scale thing cannot be really enhanced to that or enlarged to that extent of the what is required in the industry. So therefore, what I suggest that these type of options must be explored so that technology-based simulation benches should be available in front of the student. Second is some real-life recording, how the nuclear power plant is getting operated, how a turbine is really running in a dam situation. Certain those real-life recording, which are possible nowadays, people are also making it available. Those are to be really blended in your laboratory experiment. Where the facilities are there, it's fine. If the facilities are not there, then you must look forward to multiple options of learning for the students. And this is a homework for everybody. And this is, since not there in the initial stage, a lot of difficulty we may face. But once it is in place, you'll see that after that it will be very smooth, because the turbine operation doesn't get changed every day. The theory is a quite old theory. So therefore, initial stage, we don't know how it is happening because we never recorded that. Once you record that, the student will be knowing a lot of things. So I personally feel that initial level is challenging. Once you start doing that, lot of this teething problem will come. Once you overcome this teething problem, you'll see that next generation, next stage life will be more comfortable for you and for the students. But somewhere you have to break this ice. This big wall has to be broken, and this big wall breaking requires extra force, and that is what NEP is demanding from us, that we must really break that. Then technology is such that the technology is fast changing. So when you are talking about the technology, I personally feel that without partnership networking, it is not possible. So therefore, you must find out the people, the institution, the organizations who are having that type of mindset to share their technology with you, so that you can also take advantage of their existence and they can also take advantage of your existence. So that is another area which needs to be explored. So this requires a lot of interaction with the various companies. This requires a lot of interaction with organizations, and it requires creating a cluster groups. If I am interested in LMS, I should not be put in virtual instrumentation lab. If I am doing something for a particular experiment to create a virtual instrumentation approach, I should not be asked to go to the LMS team or CMS team. So that small clustering teams are required, and they should be given a target. To fulfill that target, they have to work out, and when they are working out in this particular area, they will interact with the respective companies, they will interact with the respective organizations, and you will see that the solutions will be more optimal, more interesting, more economical. That's the way we should look forward to. And when we are going for this type of technological integrations. Actually, I have a lot of slides in this. I could have shared that, but today, because of the environment situation, so I'm not sharing that. But definitely, I'll share to with your directors. He'll send it to you. Now, what is required is the policy is very much there. Only required is that you require the roadmap. The roadmap should be a realistic one, not the hypothetical one. That is what exactly what I am trying to give you the tips in this direction. Now, coming to the next level, that look, NEP talks about the academic bank of credit. NEP talked about the recognition of prior learning. NEP talks about the transfer of credit. NEP talked about the exchange of students. NEP talks about acquiring certain 2 years degree, 2 years course from another institute, and 2 years from you becomes 4 years degree for yourself. Do you think that these are all feasible in a without technological involvement? Do you think that this database is very easy to keep? Because lot of this ins and outs will create a confusion. You yourself in a university system, I was a vice chancellor in university, I know when we go for a repeat examination after 5 years, 6 years, so creating that syllabus question, that compliance was top job. So this requires a lot of technological intervention. So far I was in the class. Now it is technology for administration, technology for examination. There are a lot of these permutation combinations are in front of us. Who will solve it? If you are asking for this company people, as you know, there was a time when the Blackboard, the LMS was charging 30 lakhs rupees. Do you think that everybody can afford 30 lakhs rupees? It's not possible. Till the Moodle came into picture, all LMS were very costly. When people started developing LMS in Moodle, all these people, they came down in their price. So this same thing will happen for all this tracking, complying, and unless you really create an architecture for yourself, start working on that small ERP component, modules component, it will be a very complex situation in times to come. And it will be a very costly investment for your thing also. We have already started working in this area. In this place, we have started creating the task force. And it is difficult, no doubt. It is very easy to talk, but I am a person who is very realistic in attending the problem and trying to find a solution to the problem. Let me tell you, it is initially difficult, but it is not impossible. It is not impossible. It is possible, and we can crack that. So that's the way we look forward to this type of solution. So from the administration point of view, as an institute, you'll have a lot of this type of database requirements. Then the cognitive supported syllabus. We say that this curriculum should be cognitive support curriculums. It should, how do you do that? We talk that AI based curriculum, we talk data analytics based curriculum, but what is that structure? How many of us we are aware of this thing? That the cognitive driven curriculum. The students' sentimental analysis needs to be analyzed. How much involvement is emotionally attached with that particular unit. So all those things when we are talking, the curriculum also requires a lot of thought process, brainstorming, and you have to really break that rigid wall. The rigid wall is that if the courses are requiring only partial of your intervention, please allow that. Let the students get their learning from other sources. But your evaluation should be top. Your assessment should be top. So freedom of learning, when you are giving the freedom to the students, they should be ready for good evaluation, good assessment, so that the quality is maintained. So now the evaluation assessment, when you are going for the very strong, then they will ask for the anytime, anywhere type of situation. The proctor's situation is coming into picture. Again, it is a technological interventions for evaluation and assessment. So when you are going for tracking the students like a real-time trackers, you track in a missile launching how your missile has which trajectory it has gone. So that type of situation, going for a telecommand system for this type of situation is a lot of technological involvement. So please think over it, how really you can go for a ethical, because ethics is again a questions there. So how to make the students have an ethical approach. Their things are being caught if they are going for an ethical thing, and their assessment evaluations are in true sense is maintaining the quality of the student. Today online examination, you know the best story. I don't want to open up this discussion in the forum like this. Today the online examination story is known to everybody, And if you pick up any students today, everybody is a 9-pointer. And think about in physical mode, how many were 9-pointers. So that's the story. So how to crack that particular unethical approach, which is happening. So this needs a lot of low-cost approach to go for this proctor examination systems, the remote assessment, remote surveillance. Can we do that? Then another thing is that, like when we are talking in this direction, how to go about it. The go way is, or the creating a roadmap is definitely requires a lot of this cluster type of team. You cannot ask a single person to do multiple work. It is not possible. So that's then next coming to the multidisciplinary approach. When we are talking about the multidisciplinary approach, the students after 2 years would like to go back and have a law partial degree and come back to you. So how do you do that? That is also a lot of this technological database are to be kept, and you have to create a benchmark. Lot of this rubrics for analytics, rubrics for allowing the students to go for it. These things are happening, and you may also create, because you are autonomous institute, as you know, with NEP 2020, you will be further empowered with a lot of this empowering authoritativeness. How to encash that so that your this type of multidisciplinary, multi-exit, multi-entry processes are in true sense is advocated and utilized. This will lead to a lot of this local improvement. So today, if you see, if we talk about a computational tool without knowing the local requirement, whether how much it will be benefited in this particular thing, let's say a mechanical engineering particular thing we are discussing. If IIT Madras is starting, I will also start. Even the IIT Mandi will start the same things. Even NIT Sikkim also will start the same thing. So that is creating that lot of manpower generation in that particular area where maybe the Madras is having lot of manufacturing industry around. They need that. Sikkim doesn't have, or Chandigarh doesn't have, but we will go on creating this type of manpower. So that's there where it comes the multidisciplinary approach, where you can localize your curriculum in such a way that the generic courses are taught to them, but the customized courses for local demands is generated by the respective institute. So that vocal for local approach can be addressed. So this requires a lot of this AI interface, data analytics, even machine learning to large extent, because from neural network, I can realize that these are all possible through the expert system. So unless we really take help of the technology in real sense, the technological enabled learning, the technology intervention learning, which NEP 2020 is talking very elaborately in that NEP 2020 document, cannot be addressed so easily. So therefore, you have to create a task force. The task force should create a 1 year, 3 years, and 5 years the strategy document for you. Go on. The people who will create a task force document, they should not be part of the monitoring team. So there has to be another monitoring team. The monitoring team should go like a reviewers, see the implementation, how it is happening. Then only the intermediate remedial action can be taken, and you can see that it is happening. We have already created 8 verticals in this institute. 8 verticals are working, because we are getting also deemed to be university status very shortly. So I'll be launching a lot of academic programs. So what I am talking, in fact, it is a practice now. We are going to implement this type of things in our place. We have already started working on these 8 verticals, and these are recorded at this stage. So I'll just summing up, because I'm not touching the other topics. To sum up, let me tell you, NEP 2020 document is a limitless opportunity. It has created limitless opportunity, but it is also will create a lot of confusion if you are not very clear. It will be a catastrophic situation for institutes if they are not knowing what it is talking about and how it is talking about and how to implement that. So then in that case, you'll have a situation that your student will not be recognized in another institution. That equivalence will not be there. That mapping will not be there. So therefore, it is required a thorough in-house exercise, and that should be vetted. That should be vetted by the outside agencies who are responsible for mapping this type of equivalencies. That's the way I look at this stage. So thank you so much, and maybe another occasion I'll come and I'll go with the proper type of PowerPoint and give you some example, and certain things which we have already found it as a solution may be shared with you. This will be always pleasure to share things with my friend. Can you hear
Hello.
me?
Yes, I think there was a little network. So now it's okay, and thank you. Right, it's only 5:32. You have done another assignment. So it's very wonderful, I think, inside in NEP 2020.
Actually,
And
some bank officials they're coming because we are having a ATM type of approach. So that discussion will take place now, but they have not reached. I can take 3 questions from the students if they, because I say nobody is.
anyone,
If anybody is having a specific question, I can take them.
Participants, if you have any queries, you can ask. Participants,
Coming.
if you have any queries, you can directly ask to sir. You can unmute yourself, or you can write it in the chat box.
So then, Govil Sahab, it's fine. Then let them.
thank you, sir. So we'll discuss something on phone. Okay.
Thank you so much. Then thank you. Allow me to quit now.
Oh,
Okay.
definitely, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Dear participants, so now this was the last lecture of today's session by Professor Shamsundar Patnaik. Now, so now I request the participants to give their valuable feedback. Participants, you can share your feedback. You can unmute yourself and share your feedback.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Can you hear me, sir? Am I audible? Yeah, I would like to, really thank NIT Sikkim for organizing such a wonderful program on NEP 2020, sir. It was a really insightful learning experience for, I think, all of us. Especially me, I was really into, knowing this kind of, this particular aspect. I really wanted to go into the depth of it, but then, there are, of course, it's a big document, and then going through all the things and understanding was taking a lot of time. But then with this program, with this insightful information, with such, dignitaries, it was really wonderful experience. We've really learned a lot from this particular FDP program. And I would like to thank, NIT Sikkim once again for organizing such wonderful program. And I expect further in future also, this kind of programs will be organized. Not virtually, but then, physically in contact with the people whom, we are talking to, so that I would really want to attend. So with this, I'd like to, really again thank everyone present and organizing team and everybody who was involved and the dignitaries also. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. So,
yes, sir.
any other participant? So, you can unmute yourself. Any other participant? Feedback on this faculty development program? Dr. Bibhuti Nayak. Dr. Bibhuti Nayak. Dr. Biplab Kumar Maiti.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Hello. Hello.
Ma'am.
Am I audible, sir?
Yes, yes. So you can share your feedback.
Okay. Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Share your feedback.
Sir, this is Rashmita Farida from College of Engineering and Technology, Bhubaneswar. I'm assistant professor in Department of Mechanical Engineering. Hello, sir.
Yes. Yes, ma'am. It is audible. You can share your experience.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. In the last month, I've attended a course on thermofluids at NIT Sikkim. It was really wonderful, and this time also, my expectation was up to the mark. Regarding NEP, we have sound knowledge from the news channels, and here we came to know all details about the NEP, and we're hoping such type of many more programs in future and ever. Thank you for the thank you everyone, the organizing committee and professors. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Now, Bibhuti Nayak. Dr. Bibhuti Nayak.
Yes, sir.
You can share.
So, so actually, this is very nice program. Huh? So I have learned many things from this program, and I request organizers for conducting such type of programs further. Okay. Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Now, any other
Hello.
participant? Yes, yes.
Hello. Good evening, sir.
Yes, sir.
Myself, Sudesh Rai from Jalpaiguri Government Engineering College, working as a senior research fellow. Thank you for organizing a nice program on the NEP 2020. All the sessions are full of knowledge, and it will definitely help us to make a roadmap for the future education system for the holistic development of the students as well as the society. Thank you, sir. Nice session. All the sessions are full of knowledge. Thank you, sir, for organizing such an event. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So, any other participant? You can
Good
share
afternoon,
your.
sir. Good afternoon, sir.
Yes, yes.
Good afternoon, sir. I am Dr. Vanaval Dalai, speaking from College of Engineering Technology. The NEP 2020 was a good and insightful program that was conducted by NIT Sikkim, and the sessions were very much knowledgeful and insightful also. That NEP 2020 program is not a very small thing; it is a very large one, having lot of aspects inside it. But study of all those things and implementation is also another aspect. That implementation of this NEP 2020, if it is discussed somewhere at some point, that will be also good, useful and helpful to the also everybody, as I found, because that is one side. Because in NEP 2020 describing so many pages and implementation in real life, in real situation, because in this college having a lot of students and faculty, there are very deficiencies are there in all aspects, in the sense that implementation of NEP 2020 particularly. So that is what if it is discussed somewhere at some point, then it will be more useful, I found. And that NEP 2020 is good. I think it is really good for the society as well as for the students, and coming in future growing students also it will be more helpful. So that's all I want to say, and it is. Thank you.
Sir, thank you very much. Any other participant?
Hello, sir.
Good evening, sir.
Mr. Ajit.
Hello.
Hello.
Yes, this is Ajit Karki, sir, from FI Sikkim, Gangtok. So thank you very much, NIT Sikkim. Totally enjoyed and learned a lot from the session, and the knowledge of the presenter was totally amazing, sir. All very positive, especially in today's session, Professor Rajat Gupta, sir, Director NIT Mizoram. He was talking about flexible curriculum structure. That was amazing. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Mr. Sushanta Kumar Pradhan.
Yes, sir. Yes, I am audible. Yeah.
So you can share your feedback.
It's a nice program that organized by NIT Sikkim. So congratulate each and every team member, those who are arranging such kind of amazing program, and it will also beneficiary program. That's why future student as well as future research scholar, they will also benefited along with this kind of program. So thank you so much, sir, for nice that kind of NEP to 2020
Thank
and
you.
towards the holistic education system in India. So thank you so much, sir.
Thank you very much. Any other participant?
Hello, hello,
Hello.
hello, hello. Is it audible?
Yes, yes. It
Hello.
is audible.
Myself, Rafiqul Haq from Department of Mechanical Engineering, Alia University. First of all, congratulations to the organizing team for organizing such a wonderful program. And actually, I have enjoyed a lot to learn about the roadmap of the recent education. Okay, and being a fraternity of the teaching fraternity, it is very much needed to learn the guideline of coming education system. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Now, any other participant who can share his feedback?
Good evening, sir. Am I audible?
Yes, yes, yes.
Yeah, I am Virat Timbadia, faculty of Bhagubai Polytechnic, Mumbai. The overall experience for NEP 2020 was wonderful. I attempted your last program also, that is recent trends in thermofluids. That sessions are also very good. We got very good inputs from all the speakers. So I thank all the speakers to share their knowledge and experience with us. We expect similar kind of training programs from NIT Sikkim. Lastly, I congratulate all the organizing team for conducting such a wonderful sessions. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Anyone? So, thank you, the participants. Now I request our coordinator, Dr. Achintesh Narayan Biswas, to deliver his concluding remarks on this faculty development program.
Thank you very much. So, at this outset, I would like to thank all the participants for patiently attending all the different sessions on different facets of NEP 2020. So we are delighted to have been able to arrange such a program. And throughout these 5 days, we consider ourselves fortunate to have many eminent academicians who share their views on uh, different aspects of national education policy. So the program, I think you all remember, starts with an exciting lecture given by Professor R.L. Raina, Vice Chancellor of J.K. Lakshmipat University, where he talked about the implementation and the opportunities and the challenges that are associated with the implementation of NEP 2020. He also talked us about different strategies where he has taken in his respective institutes and how that has revolutionized the teaching and learning outcomes in its particular institution. We are very fortunate to have among us Professor Boshuda Kamat. Boshuda Kamat actually is one of the architects behind this policy. She was in the draft committee for national education policy. So she talked us about the different aspects of NEP and the challenges associated with it. Professor Ajoy Kumar Ray, Director of JIS IASR Kolkata and ex-director IIST Shippu, highlighted the the challenges that we have towards implementation of such a big policy in letter and spirits. We also had so many other exciting sessions. A session on values in technical education given by Sri Atul Kothari, National Secretary of SUCN New Delhi. Professor Bansidhar Majhi, Director of IITDM Kanchipuram. Professor Sukla of NIT Jamshedpur. On the fourth day, we had exciting talks given by Professor T.G. Sitaram, Director of IIT Guwahati, where he talked about examination reforms. We also had talks given by Professor Gautam Shutradhar, where he talked about actually he talked about, I think, the examination reform, and Professor T.G. Sitaram, he talked about the catalyzing quality academic research in all fields through a new national research foundation. And today also we have three exciting lectures, one given by Professor B.B. Biswal, and then Professor Rajat Gupta, and finally Professor Shyam Sundar Pattanayak. So on behalf of the organizing committee, I am very thankful to all these eminent academicians for attending the program um, and giving their perspective on this policy and giving us some ideas and roadmaps with which we would be able to implement this policy in our institutes. And also, I am sincerely hope that all the participants have now have so many take-home messages from the different lectures, and they will definitely try to implement those things in their respective institutions. Just before some time, our director actually um, mm, told me to say something about the NEP, and so I would like to share my views on the NEP and towards its implementation. So obviously, as it is a very big document, and I will not be able to cover all the things, but I would like to cover a very small point which has been stressed upon on this new policy, which is interdisciplinary research. Let me tell you, I am from basic sciences. I'm not from engineering background. So for me, I think the real challenge that lies ahead of us is to integrate the knowledges of engineering and also the basic science, and then creating solution to various problems that we are right now facing. Let me give you some example, and so it will be clear to all of you. So, for example, so right now the biggest problem that we are facing is the energy crisis. So the petroleum things are depleting day by day, and we need to come up with some alternative solutions. So now I can talk about our alternative solution. So just think about, so we can just think about water, very simple water, and we can cleave water into oxygen and hydrogen, and we can utilize that oxygen. Obviously, oxygen is a useful byproduct, and hydrogen can be utilized as a fuel. So now this particular transformation is happening inside the plant. So the plants, obviously, they have a catalyst, a manganese based catalyst actually basically, and it can split water into oxygen, protons and electrons. Now we can think about that kind of technological solution in order to get hydrogen, and we can get hydrogen from fuels. Our prime minister uh, talked about he stressed upon generation of hydrogen on a mega scale, so as to reduce our dependence on fossil fuels, and it would be a viable opportunity for all the researchers. But the thing is that the engineering students, research scholars, faculty members, and also those they belong to the basic sciences, be it from physics, chemistry, mathematics, they have to join hand together and think about and come up with a solution so as to make it actually practical alternative. So this is a very simple one example. There are multiple examples that you can see, you can think of. So, for example, removal of micro pollutants is a very important topic in case of civil engineering department. A lot of civil engineers working in the field of environmental engineering, they are working on developing different ways by which micropollutants from the water can be degraded. Now, in this case, also basic science people can come together and join hand, and so we can jointly work together and come up with some solution. So I really think that the objectives which are there in the NEP 2020 can only be realized if we all, irrespective of whether we are from engineering department, basic science department, humanities, all of us should come together towards a problem and try to find a solution for that particular problem. I sincerely hope that all the participants and all of us who are here at NIT Sikkim who have learned so many things from these eminent speakers, and we will definitely put our best foot forward towards implementation of this great policy in our respective institutions. So with this, I would like to thank all of you for being here, being with us. So, and hopefully in future we'll meet, not virtually. We will have similar kind of discussion here, and I request you, all of you, to come and visit our campus once the pandemic gets over. Thank you very much.
So thank you, Dr. Achintesh. Now the feedback form, the link will be sent to you through your mail, and also the evaluation form, that will be also the Google form. It will be sent at 6 p.m. and the exam duration will be for 20 minutes. So starting time will be 6 p.m. and it will end at 6:20. So all are requested to submit their responses on or before 6:20 p.m. So it will be 20 minutes evaluation. So 6 p.m. it will start and it will end at 6:20 p.m. The Google Form link will be sent to you. Now, at the end, I will request the member of the organizing committee, Ms. Kirti Tiwari, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Good evening, the distinguished speakers, the Honorable Director, NIT Sikkim, Professor Mahesh Chandra Govil, Deans, HODs of all the department, faculty members, and the participants. It's my pleasure and duty to bid you all a general vote of thanks on the AICTE sponsored 5 days faculty development program on NEP 2020 towards holistic education. On the behalf of NIT Sikkim, I convey my deep sense of gratitude and hearty thanks to all the eminent speakers for gracing this august gathering despite their busy schedule and significantly influencing us by their inspiring and expert views on the National Education Policy 2020. I would like to express my profound gratitude for the invaluable support that we have gained from our director, Professor Mahesh Govil. Your words of encouragement, guidance, and advice kept us sane while chasing our goal. I also extend my thanks to AICTE for the financial support and would also like to take this opportunity to place on record our hearty thanks to the very diligent course convener Dr. Ranjan Basak and very meticulous course coordinator and registrar NIT Sikkim Dr. Achintesh and Biswas for their logistic support and guidance they extended to all of us throughout this elite event. I have been lucky enough to work under their prudent supervision. Also, I would like to state the names of my co-committee members, Dr. Shruti Guru, Dr. Sukandhar, Dr. Anulekha Shaha, and Mr. Sumit Kumar for their robust effort and enormous cooperation in the organization of the event. Finally, the wonderful participants who have turned up in good numbers and showed their massive interest for the FDP. Thank you for showing enthusiasm throughout the 5 days of the event, as it is everyone's energy, involvement, and commitment and wonder that makes the session meaningful. Thank you again, making this program successful. Thank you, all of you. Thank you.
So thank you very much. So the Google form for evaluation will be sent to you at 6 p.m. and the duration of the evaluation will be 20 minutes. So it will end at 6:20 p.m. So you are required to submit your responses before 6:20 p.m. So thank you again. And the Google form link we will share in 2 minutes. So thank you. Thank you very much. So for during examination, if anybody has any facing any problem, so you can write in chat box also.
So can we leave?